So yeah, I'm gonna stream as much as I can. Hi, Arrow. I'm like I haven't had caffeine yet, so I'm like all over the place. Are you live streaming the PAX or will it be a YouTube VOD? Do you mean like the panel at PAX? I'm going to record it and then post it because I can record it with my HD camera and not my cell phone. So I think it'll be uploaded on the tube. Okay, so before we jump in, I just want to go over where I'm going to be and what is going to happen for the next couple weeks. We are booked, we are busy, and we are also leading up to Pride Month. So, like, Pride bookings are going to start happening. Pride Month stuff is going to start happening soon. Lots of stuff happening. So, on April 8th and April 9th, which is this weekend, we're going to be doing this video game. Then, on April 11th and 12th, I'll be streaming Tiny Tina Wonderlands and more of this. So, streams will be happening as they're happening. But I'm going to stream more in the next couple days because I'm going to be gone on Thursday and Friday next week. And probably Saturday. Because I'm going to a club. I'm going to the club. I miss my IRL besties. So I'm taking that to... Definitely want to go see my drag family. And then for April 20th to April 24th, which will most likely roll into the 25th, I will not be streaming unless I can get an IRL stream set up. I have no idea how it's going to happen. I'm going to try to see if I can make something happen for PAX because there's so many of us queens being there. But there will be content. There'll be looks posted, photo shoots. There will definitely be clips and videos from my phone. I just don't know if it's going to be a live stream. So just watch out for that. Then after PAX, we are going to be in May. Can you believe it's already May of this year? Like, that's nuts to me. May, we're going to do more of Tiny Tina Wonderlands. There is a DLC coming for Tiny Tina Wonderlands very soon. I cannot release the date. I don't know when it is coming out, but it is in speculation. I'm just talking what's online. It's rumored to be releasing in May. So, we will be playing Tiny Tina again. As well as playing Tiny Tina with some of the Stream Queens as well. In May. What else can I think of? We do have a lot of stuff coming. Like, we have a lot of content coming, but I don't know when it's coming out. I would assume soon. Like, I have a video I filmed, a commercial I filmed, I have a collaboration I filmed, I have something locked down, I have a phone call in a couple days. Like, I'm honestly so grateful for the opportunities coming my way. Like, it's been a dream. Like, like, it might seem like I'm a little tired, but it's just because I don't have caffeine. But I'm very grateful for the opportunities. I'm very grateful for everybody coming back to streams and, like, literally y'all just sitting here and getting those numbers up for me. Even if you're just, like, not talking, it literally helps me because people see the numbers and they're like, whoa, they go. So I appreciate everybody that does that. I appreciate my mom's help. I appreciate my friends' help for helping me and supporting me. Real friends kind of stick with you through the gritty. Is that the right word? Whatever. But yeah, I'm really excited for everything happening. Very excited. And I think I have a trip planned in June. So it's a lot. Just letting y'all know what's going on so you're in the loop. But I have dates for Ego and PAX locked in. Like, I'm not going to be here next to LA, not Chicago. To San Fran more so. And that's not for TwitchCon. Anyways. Let's continue. After all that talk, let's play the video game. Just wanted to let everybody know what's going on. Right now, no, because it's frozen. My fridge is all fucked up. So I gotta let it melt, I guess. So annoying. I guess accidentally when I put the yogurt in the fridge, I turned the knob. So my fridge is, like, not a fridge. Oh, I have a red fan for today, so it matches my outfit. Slay. Oh, I'm supposed to be reading. It is a dark time through the rebellion. Although the Death Star has been destroyed, Imperial troops have been driven the rebel forces and hidden base pursued through the galaxy. Evading the dread Imperial, a group of freedom fighters led by Luke Skywalker has established a new secret base on the remote world of Hoth. The evil Lord Darth Vader, obsessed with finding young Skywalker, has dispatched thousands of bad people. I don't know. I can't read it. It's too far away. You turned the what? The knob. Is that not the word? The dial. What is it called? With Wendy's, that's like... Was that a MAGA hat? Did you see that red hat? What was that?
No sign of life out there, General. The sensors are in place. You'll know if anything comes around.
I know it's cold, R2, but Princess Leia is very concerned about Master Luke's whereabouts. Exactly. We need to find Captain Solo and tell him that Master Luke has yet to return.
Is this the movie where this guy hides inside of a dead carcass?
If Captain Solo isn't in the hangar, then he must be in the command center. Now, follow me.
I do my little jump. Wait, look at the ground. I do some 8s in the snow. That's so cute. Oh! Sorry. It is, yeah. He hides inside of a dead animal or something, right? Make a pee-pee. I made a pee-pee. What is that? Oh, he's cute. He cute or whatever. Hello, Des. I just like punching people as R2-D2. Why are they all scared? Yeah, run. Be scared of me.
This better be important. Me and Chewie are getting out of here soon.
I met Georges at Wendy's. So true. Not far off. Definitely could happen. Hello?
Excuse me, sir. Princess Leia is wondering about Master Luke. He hasn't come back yet.
He might have forgotten to check in.
Not likely. Are the speeders ready?
Not yet. We're having some trouble adapting them to the cold.
So we'll have to go out on Tauntauns.
On what? I go out on my Tauntaun. Is that what they're really called?
If we recalibrate them, we can boost Luke's comlink signal and triangulate his location.
If you say so, General. Let's go.
I like that name, Tauntaun.
Many creatures great and small reside in these plains. Some friendly, like our Tauntauns here, and some not so friendly.
Oh, great. Did you at least check the area for the
What?
not-so-friendly ones when you arrived?
We were as thorough as
Oh,
we
is it
could
like an
be in
ice lake?
conditions
I
like
didn't
this.
see it. I thought it was just
Fantastic.
ground.
I lose an arm, I'm blaming you.
Can we move faster? Is that allowed? Is that a weed? I have no idea
Scout
any.
droids.
Oh,
Great.
We can't let them leave the surface.
Hey, you think we could get this thing working again? Those
is this
cannons
a
could be
generator?
useful.
Are we playing Dead by Daylight right now? This is a generator. Thought I was playing Dead by Daylight.
Now things are starting to heat up. Well, kind of.
A generator. True, 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 true. Wait, can I? What is this?
Wait for it.
What am I waiting for? I don't think this ship is doing very well. It's sauteed. Whatever that means. Not very slave years. No, no, no. Oh. Well, tonight's episode of Drag Race, it's 14 out of 16, so that means we have 2 episodes left after tonight, which is kind of slay. We're finally free from this curse. Watch them be like, actually, we're doing the season for a couple more episodes. Oh. They're like, Bosco, actually, that chocolate bar restarted the entire competition. Now we're gonna do everything all over
More.
again.
Ugh, the Empire must really like looking at snow.
I mean, Drag Race España is good, minus... Every time someone asks me about this, I say the same thing. Og, thank you so much for the sub. Enjoy your ad-free viewing and your emotes. Thanks for supporting me, babe. I say this every time someone mentions Drag Race Spain. It would be good minus the wig wars and the shoes coming off during the lip syncs every week. I'm like, what the fuck is happening? Like, messy. Alright. I'm doing the puzzle the correct way now. Oscar, can you help me? I think I saw you retweet it. Were you the one that retweeted the... or liked Dovina's thing? What was that about last night? Her and Aja are fighting? Like, what is that about? Not Fatal Frame. Trigger warning, Fatal Frame 1. Enjoy Drag Race. Oh. See, I found what everybody else said minus what Aja said. Creeper. Aw,
Wasn't my
man.
stomach, by the way.
Stay vigilant.
Oh my god, a zip line?
That's one down, but the signal's still too weak. Let's find some more towers.
I love a zip line. That's not nice.
Rican, any luck out there?
We're recalibrating the signal towers. An old outpost. There should be a signal tower in there.
Thanks, Rican. Keep warm.
Gee, thanks, Princess.
Don't worry. It's easy to get the cold shoulder out here.
Oh, so you think you're a comedian?
Thank you for letting me
huh?
know, though.
Give
I
me
just
a
didn't know
break.
what was happening. I wanted to know. I couldn't find where it started. There was so much, like, talk between all of them. They were all, like, fighting, and I was like, oh my god, where does it start? The way I'm literally waiting for my monster to melt like it's fucking ice cream so I can drink it. I'm begging here. I just won't it. It would be very nice. Oh, I'm supposed to move this? Where am I moving it? I have to push it off? Yeah, I don't like that. Calling someone untalented is really not.
Let me
Also, when
guess.
they
We need
when
to find a way
Aja
to
is
get
fully
across this
talented,
broken walkway,
like that's a
right?
lot. That's a big claim. I mean, I would go an extra mile and say Dovina is like honestly everybody that's on the show for the most part is, but like that is like honestly one of the most insulting things I think you can say is saying someone's
Hey,
untalented.
what if we close
It's not
those blast
nice.
doors down there? That should close the gap.
But that's just me. That's like saying like someone's lazy. In like a not like a funny hee hee kind of way. Like if someone was fighting me and said I was lazy, I'd be like, well you're wrong, so. Yeah, I agree. I'm not a big fan of that. But I digress. Oh. We shut it, jump through the gap, and then go back up. I'm a genius! Very good tea. I have to tell y'all, I'm sorry if I do seem a little off my game last night. I had horrible nightmares last night. When I mean horrible, like, I don't remember what they were, but like a horrible night's sleep. It was just terrible. I have no idea why. I don't know if the stars or
That
like
doesn't belong to
the
you.
moons
Now
or
play
whatever,
nice
but
and
like
hand it over.
it was terrible. Like probably one of the worst night's sleeps I've ever gotten. It's because I'm stressed or whatever. Hi, Marshy. How am I supposed to do this? I can't jump up there. Silly video game. Not begging for some drama in my silly little brain. Let's do a magnet. It's been a while since I've been here. Hi, F Gold. Oh, so now I can kill him. Haha. Oh, or not. Hey.
Now let's get that tower powered up. I'm sick of these pro droids.
Put it in here.
I'll be a gentleman and let you climb up this one.
Oh, thank you so much. Boing.
Yeah!
Gotta time your jumps.
Yeah!
Get into it, yeah. Do you think Ariana Grande plays... That isn't even Ariana Grande. I was thinking of Motive. That's why I thought of Ariana Grande. Do you think Ariana Grande plays Lego games? What about Doja Cat? What about Miley Cyrus? What, like, celebrities do you think have a Nintendo Switch and actually use it? That's the real question. Like, play it on planes or whatever. Yeah, I think Doja streams, so Doja plays games.
What is that?
A Wampa, and our reason to be hasty.
Like, actually, Lizzo.
Now let's get the last one. Luke's still out there somewhere.
I zipline down sexily. Nick Jonas? What?
I don't have
Not
time
this
to
being
talk
like
about dinner
Fortnite.
right now, Chewie. I'm freezing out here. Hey, not all of us are covered in fur, you know. You finished work on the Falcon? He hung up on me.
Who you think? Why did they wait? So why did they add Bruno Mars to Fortnite, but they didn't want to add like Lizzo or like Doja or Lady Gaga? I find that very interesting. I feel like the gays would buy skins more than the straights. With Bruno Mars, like, I feel like the gays would sell out. I don't know. I feel like love our allies, love straight people, but like those like cis like toxic straight people that are like nasty, I feel like our community, when it comes to like games and content, we definitely like push more and it's more sentimental and we sell it better. Is that weird for me to say? Is that bad? Especially when there's like the company is like supportive of like queer and LGBT. What are straight people gonna do? Or like the toxic straight people, excuse me. What do we call them? Can we like Can we get a slur for them? Like, what do we call them? Can I say that, Tove? I don't think I can say that on camera. Hi, Tove. What am I shooting? But you know you want to. No, I literally do. I mean, that's what they are. That's what I mean. Because, like, you can be... First of all, you can be straight and still be queer because if you're in a relationship with, like, an individual that identifies somewhere on the, like, gender spectrum, and then you're, like, you just want to pose as, like, a straight relationship, you're still queer, you know? And also bisexual people exist. Like, it's not, like, you're not queer. Like, you can be bisexual and... You know what I mean? So, like, I understand, like... that saying is kind of dated. Like saying like, oh my god, fuck straight people, because also like straight allies are great too. But I wish there was a like that type of those nasty transphobic people that are I can't even say the other word I was gonna say. It starts with an I and ends with an L. With an N in there somewhere. Breeders? Kind of, but like gay people are like, yes, breed me, so it's kind of not specific enough. Why is this thing not getting shot? What is the issue? What? I spelled! What is? Oh, the term, like... What? Can you be more specific before you say stuff like that? Wait, how is that biphobic? It was used against bi people in cishet presenting relationships. Really? I've never heard it used in that way. I've never heard that word used, like, period, really. I only hear it, like, in, like, sexting. Like, yes, breed me. Not like that, but you know what I mean. I didn't know it actually had, like, a bad... What is the word to call it? Like a derogatory type of word. Defaults? No. We're on the Leaning Tower of Pizza. It was a very early 2000s thing. Well, damn. Is it Leaning Tower of Pizza or Pissa? Pizza or Pissa? Are you hashtag Team Pizza or Team Pissa? Neither? Okay. Well, that's just rude.
That's all the towers up and running. And it looks like they've already triangulated Luke's position.
Then what are we waiting for? Let's go find him before the weather gets worse.
Please. I want to go to Chicago so bad. Like, you have no idea. Let them being like, we don't know where he is, and then there's this thing right here. Oh. What was that?
Luke! Luke, you in here?
Let's head in. Stay frosty.
Like we have any other choice.
The Yeti just died like that? Oh, it's still alive. Wait.
Luke.
Ben?
You will go to the Dagobah system.
Huh?
There you will learn from Yoda, the Jedi Master who instructed
Yoda!
me.
We're gonna see Yoda!
Ben! Luke! Ben! Ben! Whoa. Oh.
So wait, Yoda and Jabba the Hutt weren't in the first Star Wars movie? They were in the second?
Thanks, 3PO. Well, your worship. Looks like you managed to keep me around for a little while longer.
I don't know where you get your delusions, laser brain.
Laugh it up, Buzzball.
Princess, we have a visitor.
Oh, she's giving in this, like, hairstyle.
Always thinking with your stomach.
An Imperial probe droid!
I didn't hit it that hard. It must have had a self-destruct.
General, there's a fleet of Star Destroyers coming out of hyperspace in Sector 4.
Prepare for ground assault.
Fresh hints. Get 'em while they're hot.
Love a good
You heard him,
updo.
R2. The Empire's coming.
What the fuck do we have on our face? What is that?
All
play as
troop
R2.
carriers will assemble at the north entrance. The heavy transport ships will leave as soon as they're loaded. Only 2 fighter escorts per ship.
Oh, she's
The energy
giving.
shield can only be open for a short time, so
Okay,
you'll have to
sleigh
stay very close
outfit.
to your transports.
2
Oh.
fighters against a Star Destroyer?
The ion cannon will fire several shots to make sure that any enemy ships will be out of your flight path. When you've gotten past the energy shield, proceed
I was hoping
directly
she
to
would,
the
like, stop
rendezvous point.
mid-sentence and, like,
Understood?
be like, oh!
Good luck.
But she
Not in
didn't,
great
so...
condition. We can fix it. Right, R2?
I don't want to build something. Me playing a Lego game. I don't want to build something. Oop, almost just fainted. So charmy.
Great. That's the engine fixed. But we'll need a new wing if we're gonna fly out of here.
A new wig? True. Where's the wig? Where's the wig, ma'am? Where's the leak, ma'am? I need caffeine! Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to hurt you. Oh, I can't build because I don't have arms. Like, why even watch the Star Wars movies when, I could just play this? You ever think about that? I think these are accurate. It definitely doesn't leave anything out.
We did it! Time to get out there, R2.
R2-D2 gives so non-binary vibes. Just saying. Like, come on. Not the Snatch Game wig change, or when she did the president thing and she said, up, do. Can I have this caffeine yet? I really would like it. It would be very nice. I put this in the microwave and it explodes. Oh my god, we won. If this explodes on me, I'm gonna cry. Okay, it didn't explode. We won! Oh, Asa, I have your favorite flavor here. Oh, the blue eyeshadows slay.
We have spotted Imperial walkers.
Echo Station 3TA.
So refreshing. Is something happening? Hi, Daniel!
Go, go, go!
It's really heating up out there. Still feels pretty cold to me.
Oh, look, Mom, no hands!
This is Rogue 2. We got some ATSTs and snow troopers looking a little cold. Let's go warm them up. Copy that, Rogue 2.
They're trying to destroy our power generator. Stop
Oh, well, they
those
did, because I
ATSTs.
died. Oh, Daniel! Oh my god, you gave one to Milo! I know it was random, but that's awesome. Milo's one of my new friends from Australia.
Let's keep going.
Another Aussie partnered streamer. Thanks, Daniel. That gifted sub definitely went to good use, honey. How are you doing today? Did you have work? What's going on? New jobs going well, I hope?
We need that power generator fully functional to power the V-150 Planet Defender. It's the only weapon we
Whatever
have
that
powerful
means,
enough
the
to hit that Pacific Star
V-150
Destroyer.
Planet Defender.
Bullseye.
Okay. I think I would, I think I could defeat Darth Vader.
Woo! Great work, Rogue.
I think it would be an easy job.
Luke, you have to stop those AT-ATs. The base can't take much more.
We're done for. No one will be able to.
I want it to be 97.
We'll handle these AT-ATs.
That's hot.
Just sit tight. All right, boys, keep tight now.
I know. I know. Oh my god, bitch, don't crash into me. Watch the fuck where you're going. It's the Kami ship.
We're gonna have to pull these guys down. Ready your grapple.
Hi, Bev. What's happening? Oh! 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 Well. That happened in the movies. That I didn't mess up there. That definitely happened in the movies. That wasn't me messing up. That happened in the movies. Where are we going? Hello? Fuck! This all happened in the movies, everybody. I'm just saying, like, this is not me messing up. Like, this actually happened, okay? There's 2 of these ships I have to defeat. I can't even get the first one. Not Loop the Killer. Oh, go this way. Go into the loop. Oh, we messed up. Oh, we messed up. Oh, we're going. Oh, we're going. Those are tight turns. I can't do that. Guys! I want to go to Disney now. Who wants to go to Disney with me? I want to go to the Harry Potter thing. I want to drink around the world at Epcot. I want to go on the Tower of Terror at Universal. I've never been to that Disneyland. I've only gone to Florida.
You did it! I'm glad that's over.
There's 3 of these guys?
Luke, do you copy? It's getting bad here, and we got 3 more AT-ATs heading our way. You have to bring them down.
Girl.
Get ready.
Girl. Can we have someone else do it? Why do I have to? Okay. Well, I can't because I just keep dying. I've never been in a theme park in my life. They're so fun. I haven't gone since the pandemic. Like, I miss it. I went, like, right before, though, which was nice. But, like, I really do miss it. Because, like, I just started going on rides again. Like, my entire life I've been, like, really scared to go on rides. And I finally started going on rides again. And then everything shut down. And I was like, okay, sad. Wait, Daniel,
Sound so surprised.
The odds are not
I'll
exactly
message
in
you
our
later.
favor.
Let's just say I might be in California sooner rather than later. Hi, Gray. Hello? Why is it not breaking? Another day. Which one's closer? Oh, this one's really close. Uh-oh. Stop! You freakazoid. Stop shooting me. I'm better than you.
Come on,
fucking loser. What a bunch of fucking noobs. So, like, that Star Wars scene where he has to hide in a body, was that real? Isn't there rumors or, like, speculation that that was real? It was a real body that he hid in? Hey, yo.
Give the evacuation code signal.
Okay, she has a girl boss.
Come on, that's it.
And get to your transports.
Who gets that bitch pregnant? Does she get pregnant? I know one of these guys gets her pregnant. I just know it.
Transport, this is Solo. Better take off. I can't get to you. I'll take her out on the Falcon. Come on.
But where are you going? Come back!
Hey, Queen. Oh. Have you already played? No, I have not. Toth. I apparently this is how the movies came out, like in the order. So I was gonna start watching the movies last night, but I didn't because I had to upload VODs and make TikToks and all that fun stuff. You can play that way. They give you the option if you want to play in both ways. So you can play in the order of the story, like start to finish, like from the first one to the 10th one or whatever, or you can go the way the movies were released, like 4, 5, 6, whatever. I didn't know there was a way to play them that way until like the other day. But they give you the option to do it. I guess the correct, like the movie order was the 4th one came out first, and then the 5th, and then the whatever. I didn't know that. Like I thought this was the 2nd movie, but this is the 5th one. It's all confusing.
Let's get to the
But if you're, I guess if you know Star Wars, I guess that's like one of the first things you learn, maybe, I guess? I don't know. I just learned it, so I don't fucking know. Can you guys help me? You're just oh, sorry. Wait, I want to play her.
How do I always end up being shot at?
We'll have to go another way.
There is no escape.
What are you doing here?
Destroy you.
This isn't... Oh.
It appears to be stuck.
Everyone, blasters at the ready.
Is this really what happened? I don't think he shows up like that. I don't think that's real.
Beat it, will ya? We got somewhere to be.
Take him out, Empire style.
Air combos. Ooh, girl boss moves. Ooh, bitch. Get owned. Oh, sorry. Idiot men. Well, this way. Let's go this way.
The hangar, may to be praised, we've almost reached safety.
Who's that guy that has like the shaved head and he has like he's like not Darth Vader. There's another one.
If I may say so, sir, I
punch it.
Hold on.
Go.
Not him, the Falcon.
Oh. Punch it, not him. That's so funny. Maul, yeah, I think so. I don't know.
Don't worry, R2. We're going.
No, they left without R2-D2 and what's his name? Oh no.
Prepare to make the jump to light speed.
They're getting closer.
Oh yeah? Watch this.
I noticed earlier that the hyperdrive motivator has been damaged. It is impossible to go to light.
Great. We can still outmaneuver him.
What? Wait, don't make me play this. No.
All right, Chewie. You ready?
Oh, Jesus.
Hold on. This could get bumpy.
Guys, I'm not good at driving in general, so driving a spaceship is not gonna do any better. Alright? Have we come to that conclusion? Oh my Jesus, this is so disorienting. I throw up.
See? I'll get us out of this. No problem.
There are still more
Excuse
TIE
me.
fighters on our tail.
But less than there was before.
No one answered
I
me.
call that
Does Princess
progress.
Leia get pregnant? I feel like that's something they would do.
I don't want to be here all day. We need to escape these Star Destroyers.
Oh no! We need to stop them from tracking us, so
We have to shoot out their radar.
Fine, I'll do it myself. Does Princess Leia get pregnant? Ooh. So she does, but it doesn't. So it's Han Solo and what's her name? I didn't think you were being real. I am! Does she get pregnant in the movies or not?
and their turrets. Those things have quite the range. Trust me.
Regular laser cannons won't
Jesus.
put a dent in them. You'll need to hit them with a proton torpedo.
Off screen? Oh, so she does. Okay, work. With Han Solo. Whoever the fuck that is. All these men look the same to me. Just some dudes swanging their swords. She had to hide her pregnancy? What? Why did she have to hide it? Hello, I need to get this pink thing. There we go. That's a lot of sodium. Carrie Fisher. Who is that?
Asteroids.
Chewie, set 271. No,
Queen.
Buzzball 271.
You're not actually going into an asteroid field.
They'd be crazy to follow us, wouldn't they?
She died?
Sir, the possibility of successfully navigating an asteroid...
Carrie Fisher died?
Never tell me the odds.
I almost asked chat, what is she doing now? And apparently she's not doing anything.
I can't believe we're doing this.
This wasn't top of my agenda this morning either, Princess.
That's sad. Is it? Did she, like, die, like, a terrible death? What happened? Was it, like, an accident?
Of course I didn't mean to.
Stop, I'm doing research. Now I'm really interested. Hello? Can my thing load? She had a heart attack. What? Billy Lord is Carrie Fisher's daughter? You are lying to me. You're lying. You're lying! Oh! Where have you been? Bitch, dead! Oh, sorry, too soon. I am... she's a breakout actress in American Horror Story. She's in the newer season. She's part of the new reoccurring cast of American Horror Story. That's what she's known for. Wow. Wow. The way I'm literally gagged. I don't know if I can go on. I literally do not know if I can go on. Yes, she was also in Scream Queen. Sorry, that too. Sorry. I just think of her American Horror Story. She's one of Ryan Reynolds, Ryan Murphy's favorite, one of his new favorite actresses. She's amazing at what she does. She's a stream queen. Yep, she's on the team. She was on... She's on Scream Queen, Chanel number 3. I'm trying to see. American Horror Story, obviously. Those are her two big roles. She was in Will and Grace in the final season. In American Horror Story, she was in the last couple seasons. She was Mallory in one season. In the Apocalypse season, she was the brother to the cult leader, Evan Peters. And then in, she was in Star Wars. I didn't even know that. Yes! I'm literally still gagged. And she's she's essentially the next Supreme in Apocalypse. Spoiler, but... Wow. The way I'm literally gagged. Like, I can't believe. Not where have you been? Apparently under a rock. I'm like... I literally can't go on. Like, I'm so gooped and gagged. Why is she not celebrated more then? That's so weird to me. Does she not want to act? I wonder. She hasn't filmed anything in like the last year. I mean, good for her. Do what you want. I'm just gagged. And she's Jewish? We won. We won. We won. Guys, like, I literally, I don't know what to do with myself now. Like, I literally have no idea what to do. Are you kidding me? We can't keep doing this Star Wars shit. You're telling me Billie Lourd is the daughter of Carrie Fisher, and Carrie Fisher's mom was Debbie Reynolds? What? Where have I been? Where have I been? Why have I not known about this family? Do you not know who Debbie Reynolds is? She was literally such a icon. Oh my god, what? Did her and... Oh my god, stop. That makes me so sad. You're lying. They died one day after another. Carrie Fisher died one day and the next day her grandmother died. Are you kidding? Are you kidding? Are you fucking kidding me? Not only did I not know any of this information, but they died one day after another? And Debbie outlived Carrie. Who are we? What are we doing here? I can't keep clicking these links. We're gonna be stuck here in this family tree forever. And in Scream Queens, Billie Lourd wears the earmuffs to simulate and look like the space buns from Princess Leia. What are we doing with our lives? Sitting here on this gay channel talking about Drag Race every day. We could talk about this! We could talk about this! This is... Do you know who played Luke Skywalker? No. Mark Hamill? Who is that? Oh, wow. Not me, like, looking at the Star Wars wiki page now, because I'm like, what? Wow, all these people are old. Was... Oh, wow. Wait, the voice of Yoda is the same voice that does Miss Piggy and Cookie Monster and Bert? Is that real? That's insane. He was in Zathura. Zathura is such a good movie. Played the robot. That's craziness. Why? Okay, now I'm like, now I want to watch the movies. I'm cool. I'll watch the movies. I'll do it. Y'all got me. You got me. What? Okay, literally, why? Okay, you could just say this to any gay person out there. Hi, how are you doing? Watch Star Wars, because Billie Lourd is in it. Chanel number 3 from Scream Queens and from her hit role in American Horror Story. Watch Star Wars. It's true. Just say that. And they'll watch it. I would have watched it just off of that. Not all this, like, yelling and screaming over nothing.
Let's take a look here.
Excuse me, ma'am, but where are we going?
I'm going in closer to one of the big ones.
Closer!
Closer?
There, that looks pretty good.
I hope you know what you're doing.
The way I'm gagged, I don't know what to say.
Yeah, me too.
No. If you tell the gays that Billie Lourd is the daughter of Carrie Fisher, literally the icon, the legend, the moment,
we're going to the
Princess
Dagon
Leia,
system.
they will watch Star Wars. I'm dead ass to you. I'll post this on TikTok. I can't believe. Well, here we are. We are different people after that. My life has actually changed. I can't believe that. That family tree is stacked. No poop. No poop. I was meant to go somewhere else. What? So Yoda and Jabba the Hutt weren't in the first movie, unless I missed it, right? When does Princess Leia get taken by Jabba the Hutt? Is that this movie or the third? That's a big plot point. I don't think it would be in the first one. Like, we didn't get to play it, so...
Obi-Wan said we'd find a Jedi Master called Yoda who could train me on Dagobah.
Dagobah.
I'm not picking up any cities or technology. Massive life form readings, though. There's something alive down there.
Just hang on.
It's so good. It's so gorgeous. I'm like really impressed to the day. Like, this game's insane.
R2!
I love R2. Oh, gay frog!
Be more careful. I'm sure it's perfectly safe. It's getting pretty dark. We should set up camp for the night. Now, where's the equipment? Great. Well, I'm not swimming out to get it. Let's look around.
We set up a nice camp. Okay, this is camp.
Hopefully that'll keep away the bugs and whatever else is lurking out there.
Dagobah. Woba. Hi, Ivy. What is this? I want to explore. Deep breath. Ooh, that felt good. Wait, there's a thing I want to grip onto. Poopy! We can swing on the vines. Good night, Oscar. Oh. I swing from the Shantan. Whee! How fun. Why didn't I grip on? Stupid. Oh, what's that? Hey, come back here. What's that noise? I think there's a shark in the water. No poop. No. I've had enough. No, no, no. That song is so good. Missing Vivi Brown. Baby, there's a shark in the water. The way Vivi Brown would eat up the music community, like nowadays. She released like music, slay. Like a new album. We would win. When she releases an album and it's called Baby, there's no, adult, there's a bird in the sky. Yeah. That would be slay.
Find this Yoda, if he even exists.
Away, put your weapon. I mean you no harm.
I'm looking for a Jedi Master.
Yoda? You seek Yoda?
Oh, I don't even know what I'm doing here. We're wasting our time.
I cannot teach him. The boy has no patience.
He will learn patience.
Whoa, Yoda.
He is not ready.
I am ready. Ben, I can be a Jedi. Ben, tell him I'm ready.
Did you just take your shirt off?
Ooh.
Ready are you? What know you of ready?
Ready are you?
To become a Jedi.
He's on my head.
Practice. Learn. You must.
All right. Where do I start?
First, this simple trial you must complete.
Oh, I did this easy.
Yes, a Jedi strength flows from the Force, but beware of the dark side. Use the Force. Lift the stone. Reach new heights, you will.
Reach new heights, you will. Wait, Yoda is little guy. Wait.
Anger, fear, aggression, the dark side of the Force are they. Easily they flow, quick to join you in a fight.
Am I a Jedi Master yet?
If once you start down the dark path, forever will it dominate your destiny. Consume you it will, as it did Obi-Wan. Nothing more will I teach you today. Clear your mind of questions.
Wait, there's something not right here.
That place is
Dagobah.
the dark side of
I'm Millard.
a domain
Happy to
of
see ya.
evil it is. And in it, you must go.
Mallard in chat, they are. Pee-pee sword. I think I would be a good Jedi. I don't know what that means, but sure. Are we like dying? What's happening? What is this like stress moment happening? Huh?
You.
Dodge incoming attacks. Dodge incoming attacks. Oh, it wants me to do it now. I dodge. I block. Get blocked. Oh, I was hitting the wrong button. LOL. Oof. Wait, that was kind of fear. Wait, no, I didn't die. No, I didn't. I didn't. Oh! Huh? What? He saw himself in Darth Vader.
All right, Chewie, let's get out of here.
Look! They don't!
Are we inside someone's stomach? What's happening? Oh, sandworm. I remember that.
What?
Okay, that stormtrooper that wears those underwear, he's cute.
It's not fair. We've got to find a safe port somewhere around here. Bespin, it's pretty far, but I think we can make it.
How are they still alive? You're in space. Stop. I don't want to drive the ship
I hope
anymore.
this Bespin place is as safe as you're making out.
Relax, princess.
Y'all are making out?
I know a guy down there who'll take good care of us.
Approaching vessel, please identify yourself. Do you have a landing permit?
No. I have a huge ass, and that's all I need.
Yes?
Drag queens in outer space.
See?
Please.
Nothing to worry about.
From
Go
Earth
way
to
back.
Uranus. With Boobarella and other names I can't say because they're redacted and very inappropriate for today's. Was that a wig?
How you doing, you old pirate? It's so good to see you.
Pirate?
How you doing, Chewbacca? Hello, what have we here?
I am C-3PO Human Cyborg Relations.
You truly belong here with us among the clouds.
Oh.
Yes. Very friendly.
Okay. Wait, this area is so
what are you
pretty.
doing here?
Repairs.
I would like to play
Thought
as
you
a
could
woman,
help me
please,
out.
not these men. Can I wear my gown? I want to change my outfit.
What have you done to my ship?
Your ship? Hey, you lost her to me fair and square.
It's the hyperdrive.
All right, I'll get
Yeah,
my
you can
people
fully
to
change
work.
her outfit. Hold on. Wait, she's got looks.
Care to join me for a little refreshment?
Yes! I'm wearing the gown. Hello, everybody. Welcome to my abode. Slay moment. Hello, I am Billy Lord's mom, and you will obey me. And when you watch Scream Queens and there's earmuffs, it's an homage to me, Carrie Fisher. I run.
Everyone's invited, of course.
What is he doing here?
We would be honored if you would join us.
Ooh, that looks good. Huh?
This facility is crude, but it should be adequate to freeze Skywalker for his journey to the Emperor. We will test it on Captain Solo.
What?
This deal is getting worse all the time.
Who agreed to this?
I love you.
He's alive and in perfect hibernation.
You may take Captain Solo to Jabba the Hutt. Reset the chamber for Skywalker. Calrissian, take the princess and the Wookiee to my ship.
What? Oh, excuse me. I dropped my fan.
What do you think you're doing? I'm not going anywhere until we get Han back from that bounty hunter.
Then let's get the Falcon and stop him.
It was a trap, but he was in on it. This guy. He was in on it. Fetch me my gown.
Hey, what do you think you're doing? Calrissian, didn't Lord Vader tell you to take the prisoners to his ship? Hey, where are their restraints?
There's been a change of plan.
Not me, like, trying to understand the lore of Star Wars through the Lego games. I'm like, this doesn't make sense. Wait, that's not real. Wait, is this real? Did that really happen? What did that say? Break apart? You put him back together right now. That is not nice. Put him back together, Princess Leia. Oh my god, we can't put him back together. We broke him forever. Oh my god. Look what we did. We broke him! Oh. Well. I literally can't put him back together. I feel so bad. What did I do? Oh. I feel like shit, Eureka. Okay.
Hear they froze that smuggler in Carbonite? Boba Fett's taking him to Tatooine. I don't like that guy.
Can I do a sneak attack? Oh, you can! How did he not notice? Oh. Sneak attack! I sneak. Hello? Giggles. Hiya! Oh, I have to reassemble myself. LOL. I did it. I'm back. Bitches, I'm back! Ha! Oh, what is this character? Gender envy. This character's so hee funny. Oh, hi. What's in here? Break this stuff. No, I don't want to hurt that guy. Stop, Princess Leia. Is it Leia or Leia? I think it's Leia. Oh, hi. Are you okay? Be very stealthy, everyone.
Target acquired.
What?
They're going after Fett and Solo. Stop them!
Not this entire army of stormtroopers and getting taken down by Princess Leia. I mean, girl boss power moves. But, like, y'all are like a squad. Like, can you maybe assemble a little better? Hee. Get owned. I had a 62 combo. Slay.
It's him. That's Boba Fett's ship.
Han!
Come on, Princess. We need to reach the Falcon. My men should have fixed the hyperdrive by now.
Should.
I got you now.
If anyone attempts to get through this door, blast them. The Millennium Falcon must not leave the landing pad. Understood?
They're locking me out. This is my city. My city.
Well, looks like you've got a stormtrooper problem you should look into.
Oh, if only we had R2 with us. I'm actually starting to miss that cheeky little droid.
Don't worry. We'll get that key card back.
Your precious Cloud City belongs to the Empire now. And so does that hunk of junk on the platform. And I love keeping rebels behind me. Can't get me, you can't get me.
Time to give those troopers a taste of my Relby K-23.
Hey everyone. Can you kill me so I can take this stupid hat off? Murder me! Thank you. I want to be gorgeous!
Why won't this infernal lift work?
Fucking owned. Oh, I broke the flag.
Quickly, to the Falcon! Before that ship leaves with Han!
I think it already did, Gorge.
I knew we'd make it.
Sure you did.
No sign of the bounty hunter. Come on, let's get to the Falcon. The ramp isn't coming down. Chewie, see what you can do.
I have to fix it? You're so... poopy.
Don't let them fix that ship!
What? We have to defend? Oh no.
Get them!
We're doomed, all because of Captain Solo's useless ship.
Useless? We did the Kessel run in less than 12 parsecs on that ship.
What time is it? No! I forgot wrestling's on tonight. Fuck. Let's see if I can catch the end of the show. Either saving. It's on Fox now, I think. I don't even care about Drag Race. I'm like, wrestling? Let's go. The channel won't load. Okay. I hate that it airs on Fox. Like, why? Okay, well, it's not letting me watch it, so fuck my life, I guess. Where's my fucking phone? Let me browse the timeline and get spoiled for Drag Race. Oh my god! Raquel debuted! Not Ronda Rousey challenges Charlotte to an I Quit match. What? Does she know who Charlotte is? Okay, whatever. Fucking dumb bitch. I can't stand Ronda Rousey. My god. Where's Alexa Bliss? Are the women getting another segment? What is happening? What's the main event on the match card tonight? Do I need to keep watching? What's happening? I just want to watch it. What does it air on? WWE SmackDown. It airs on WWE Fox Sci-Fi. It's not on Sci-Fi. You lied to me. It's not even on this Fox Sports channel. Like, is there something I can pay for that, like, has every wrestling thing I need to see live? I'm so tired of this. I'm just gonna see if this will load eventually. Since we're in intermission, another film fun fact. Lando Billy D. Williams was in Batman 2. Played Harvey Dent. Till he played him in Lego Batman. That's funny. So Lacey's back. Is that what just happened? Wait, isn't Raquel the... Isn't Raquel the tag champ? What is happening? Can I watch... What? Hi, Gwen. Like, what's happening?
Welcome my guest, a brand new superstar looking to make a similar impact, Raquel Rodriguez.
Good for Raquel. So can I watch wrestling, please? Oh my god, finally it loaded. Slay, so I can watch it. See what fucking happens. I have to watch it on the Spanish channel. Because I don't have... Apparently I can watch it in Spanish but nothing else.
Don't you keep it in Furball? Does it usually take this long? We are in a hurry, you know.
Stop the furry one from fixing the ship.
Can I push him off? Move, bitch! Get out of my way!
To concentrate with all this blaster fire. He's only a Wookiee, you know.
I love that Chewbacca is like so good at repairing stuff. Like, good for you, King. Are you finished?
Can't those clumsy hands go any faster? You are getting more. Just so you know, every second that passes drastically lowers the odds of us escaping.
I really don't like that bounty hunter.
You and me both.
Can I fight? Why are we just standing?
So much for your city, huh?
They better not have touched my cape.
Oh. What do I do? How do I stop him? Hey, can you stop? If I ask nicely, maybe he'll stop. Hey, can you stop? Slay the world. There's so many ads. Can you get back to the show?
Get to the Falcon, quick!
Construction paper!
Leia, go!
Marshall, what the hell? I've been trying to talk to you for like 30 minutes!
It's not my fault! Through the Force, things you will see. Other places.
Han? Leia! I saw City in the clouds.
Friend you have.
I'm trying to talk about wrestling.
I've got to go to them.
It is you and your abilities the Emperor wants. That is why your friends are made to
They're really pushing Rhea and Livs. They're
But I can help
doing
them.
takes of
I
them
feel
right
the
now.
Force.
Like they're doing flashbacks of last week.
Oh no. We'll never get it out now.
Hold on, pause. Liv's on SmackDown right now. Yeah, she said, I'm here to beat Sasha Banks. Her and Sasha are having a match. And they said, where's Rhea? And she says, no, she's not here. I'm here by myself. It's fine though. They're breaking up. It's over. It's over. Yeah, they're pushing. They're like, Liv's like, my partner's not here to support me tonight, but we're gonna win the tag titles next week. Yes, the Hot Women are breaking up. The only tag team that's breaking up. Yep, it's true. Naomi's literally just sitting there. Liv's there by herself. Oh my god. I hate it here. I think Liv's gonna lose in 20 seconds. Liv's gonna lose in 20 seconds right here. Hi, Fisher. Thanks for the biddies. Hi, John. What if Liv wins? The way Liv is literally on Raw and she's just here at SmackDown for no reason. Liv, we need to retire that move. I hate that move, bitch. I've never seen Liv do a bad sell, but she just did a really bad sell. But okay. Anyways, it went to commercial. Raquel debuted, Marshall.
How am I
Isn't Raquel the NXT Tag Champ? Am I crazy? Isn't she the tag champ right now? She literally debuted by herself, not with Dakota.
Hear you nothing that I say?
So they're breaking up another tag team. They just broke up 3 tag teams. They broke up the tag team champs. They broke up Liv and Rhea, and then they broke up Zelina and Carmella. I am literally begging WWE, just say you hate women. Just say you hate to see women succeed. We know it. It shows. Don't give me the bull crap of the women's evolution and women's power. Like, you literally just hate women. It's so aggravating. Yoda has to do the work, lol. Little guy I am.
I don't believe it. That is why you fail.
Can I play as Yoda? No. Low key, you kind of give Yoda a little bit, Mia. Oh, look how cute he is! Look at that face. Oh! Yeah, it's honestly the best Lego game probably of all time, honestly. I mean, how can you compete? This is so fucking good. Oh! Mia! Guess what I found just for you? Oh my god. He's chroma keyed! That's so funny. Shayna and Natalia watching. So we're cleaning out the attic in my house, and my mom needs help with the attic, so I went upstairs to get the stuff that I needed. And I found a bunch of plushies and stuff, and I found the Kermie one. I had it a while ago, I just never... I forgot it was up there. Yep, you're right here. You can see the mouth. Ooh, Liv did her finisher. Ooh, that was a good sell from Sasha. Natalia always finds a way to get on TV. She always weasels her way to get on the TV. I can't. She loves it. They treat her so well. I can't. Sorry, there's a important thing happening on wrestling, so I'm just watching it on the side.
I'll return. I promise.
That boy is our last hope.
No, there is another.
The way they're putting on a good match right now. Uh-oh. Evolution, thank you so much for the follow. They just did a superplex? Oh. Did Liv just win? Liv just won. Liv just beat Sasha. No way. No, where's Rhea? Maybe Rhea isn't. Maybe Rhea isn't going to Edge's faction. I feel like that's so obvious though, guys. Like sending Rhea to the faction. I feel like that's so obvious.
Only your hatred can destroy me. Give in to the
The
dark
cutscene was
side.
still playing while I was tabbed out. Just putting that out there. Not sure if I enjoy that. Oh! Oh! What purple lighting? Good luck, John.
No!
All too easy. Perhaps you are not as strong as the Emperor thought.
R2, you gotta switch this thing off.
Hurry, R2!
Do they really show purple lighting with Rhea?
Impressive. Most impressive.
need to get after him. I won't let Yoda down.
Guys, I don't think she is. I don't think she is. If she joins this cult, she's literally gonna have no one to face against. She's literally gonna sit and walk around and do nothing. There's no woman to rival Edge's cult. So she's gonna sit around doing nothing. I think it's a men's division thing. If she does, she's literally gonna sit around doing nothing. And they treat Rhea pretty well. They give her titles and they give her good opportunities. I don't think they would just do that to her. Unless she requested it. I mean, she could have been like, Edge is someone I look up to. Is there evidence of her saying Edge is one of her idols? Because if so, that could happen. But I don't think it is. That would be literally ridiculous. Helotus, house music. A scary strong heel. To do what? She's literally gonna not fight anyone. She's literally gonna cut promos to nobody. They're gonna keep the cult in the men's division and they're gonna cut promos in front of other men. So Rhea's not gonna do anything. I'm getting mad because I'm like, WWE doing this to one of their top stars is stupid. It's stupid. No, she couldn't. Because what is she gonna do? Edge, one of the top stars right now, and that other guy, whatever his name is, Damian Priest, are not gonna sit and watch Rhea battle for a title. They're not gonna sit on the sidelines. They're gonna keep it men's predominantly, and Rhea's gonna watch them. That's just how WWE books it.
Let's find him.
I get very passionate about WWE.
Whoa, easy!
I wish someone was as passionate as me so I could do like a podcast or a show or something. It's just insanity to me. Like, does WWE ever think about, like, if their top women leave? Like, what if Becky left? What if Becky, Bianca, Charlotte, Ronda, and Sasha left? What if they all left? You're gonna have no top women. You need to start building up people.
Thanks, R2.
I mean, yeah, but I mean, they're booked with other things.
Quiet.
I don't think they want to yell about wrestling with me. The scream.
Obi-Wan has taught you well. You have controlled your fear. Now, release your anger.
Okay. Not no Sal.
There is no escape. Don't make me destroy you.
Guess who couldn't sleep?
Must remember what Yoda taught me. No anger, no fear. Come on, R2. Let's get after him.
Oh! I usually watch the episode after stream. It's honestly so nice. Oh my god, them cleaning. That's so funny. What did that do? Okay. No one's seriously that. Team Yarlexis, you are so... What about Team Shad? I'm hashtag Team Shad.
He's here somewhere. I can feel him. Show yourself, Vader! Big scary Sith Lord hiding from a little farm boy, huh?
That sounds like a video I'd watch.
You are beaten. It is useless to resist.
What would our team name be, House Music? Mandora Box or something.
Don't let yourself be destroyed.
No, it was Mandora.
Obi-Wan did.
Hey, that's the droid we were looking for.
Oh, this is the famous scene. Not R2 just watching this. R2's like, I'm here. Oh my god, he cuts off his hand.
I will complete your training. Obi-Wan never told you what happened to your father.
He told me you killed him.
No. I am your father.
What?
No. No. That's not true. That's impossible.
Join me And together we can rule the galaxy as father and son.
Gasp!
Yeah.
R2!
What?
Spoilers!
Leia!
Luke, we've got to go back.
That? I don't know why that sent me. Her face like, we got to go back.
Ready for light speed.
How did R2 just get there?
They told me they fixed it.
We got to go back. I can't.
Luke, we're ready for takeoff.
Good luck, Lando. When we find Jabba the Hutt and that bounty hunter, we'll contact you.
I'll meet you at the rendezvous point on Tatooine.
We'll find Han.
Looking kind of what? Do you want to finish that statement? Looking kind of what? Saying sorry after doesn't make it better. Whoopee! I thought they were unifying the titles. Why does Roman still have both titles? Anyways. I want to see Jabba the Hutt. Sorry, there was something in my throat. I just wanted to make that clear. What? Don't nab me. Very soon at Grey Cleric. What? I think penises are funny. Ha ha ha. I am so... We lost them. True. I don't like this Comic Sans font every time a chapter starts. You literally just say anything, like anything. Yeah, would you rather me be quiet? Luke Skywalker has returned to his home planet after bottoming for Chewbacca. Sorry. What? Jabba the Hutt! Yes!
A dragonfly!
I don't want to read all this. I'm okay. Don't nemesis me. Don't nem me. Don't nemesis me. Don't. I've had quite enough. What about me? What about Jujubee? I wish I had a smack. I need to add a smack sound effect so I can go like this. Ow! And like get smacked. I was at home making a warm apple pie for my husband. Do I have a sound effect for that?
Continue your search for young
I don't.
Skywalker.
Yes.
This guy! This guy on the left.
Together
He's kind of sexy.
and return into the dark side of the Force.
Of course I'm worried, and you should be too. Lando Calrissian and poor Chewbacca never returned from this awful place.
I like these guys. They're cute. They remind me of Shy Guys. Okay, Mia, I need you to Google something. Google Shy Guy. Google green Shy Guy. That is you. Mario. Not the redacted version.
You know, on second thought, I am sure Master Lando and Chewbacca can handle themselves.
They're just little guys with masks.
Oh, all right. Because we need to get closer.
What did you retweet the other day? It made me crack the fuck up in bed. You retweeted something very hee funny. How trans masks look at you when you open the sour gummy worm bag. It made me laugh so hard. Just imagining that squad of like you, Marshall, and just like other he-hims in our chat. What were we talking about? Oh, there's like weird not safe for work version art of the Shy Guys, and it's like Shy Girl, and she has like blue hair, and she's like, it's like prom. I said you and Marshall and other he-hims. Okay. Is there a not safe for work cheap? If you find it, don't send it to me. I really got you there. You thought I was gonna say send it to me. Everybody tell Maddie they should go to at least one day of PAX so they can see
yes,
me.
it does rather look like...
When Maddie's here in Boston. Can you see this? Yes. If I know any other... I just didn't think you would know what character it was, because they're kind of not like a main character. If you send it to me, can you at least put a spoiler tag?
There doesn't seem to be anyone here. Let's go back and tell Master Luke. Goodness gracious me.
Oh, goodness gracious me.
R2, wait, oh dear.
So true. Can we have a Star Wars tag yourself, like who is who? I want to be one of these little guys in the hood.
Quit complaining.
With the yellow eyes. That's me right there. You're Yoda, I agree. That's valid. Asa! Asa! Bizarre!
We're gonna blow more cover or find a more subtle route.
We're undercover.
Stay
Wait,
close
I'm
to
this guy actually.
I'm not undoing the handcuffs. Now stop asking.
Oh. Is this guy gonna die? Oh, we have to watch the pattern. I made it a TikTok. It's supposed to post soon, but did you finish Inside? I did a compilation. Who am I? I don't know the full cast. I kind of want to be Jabba the Hutt. I think that's very on brand for me. Who is Chewie? The little rat thing. Part of me wants to say Maddie, but I don't want Maddie to take offense to that.
Yoga.
What? I see you as like the funny, like, comic relief character. I think that's very on brand for you. Would you rather be a no-name? What? Maddie's funny. Maddie's hee-hee random funny. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. You are all no fun. You all are no fun. Brian, thank you for 10 months already, Brian. It seems like literally just yesterday you started coming to streams. It means the world that 10 months for me. Me and my bestie have been playing this game and we took 4 hours for the first world just messing around. I'm just doing the story progression. I mean, I'm just following what they want me to do, but, you know.
No way we're getting
this game's got a lot of shit to do. What do you mean I am fun? Oh, because I said you're no fun. Ain't it fun? Dun, 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 well. I never said that, Mia. I never said that. I would never say that.
Hey. What happened to a good old-fashioned lock and key? How does this door work?
You literally started it.
Both need to be operating it to get the door open.
Certain individuals. I thought it was funny. I thought it was camp. Because you are sick. I have to pee. Let's look at the who's. I'm gonna say. No, you don't get to hear what I want to say. Never mind. Thank God they're gone. You guys want to see something cool and funny? Do you want to see my mascara? I have to cover part of it. I found these in the attic. Make sure it's covered. I have an award for T-ball for back in the day. I have actually 2 awards for T-ball. Oh, I was the star player. Okay now. Okay. Slay. My plaques. They're literally like... They're like serious. My T-ball era. Oh my god. I can't turn them around because it has my information on it. Maybe if I do this. I'm trying to see who's in these pictures. This year right here with the gray shirts, this is my entire family on the T-ball team. There's not even like a random person. It's literally my entire family. Not our family team. I don't even know who some of these people are. This was in 2003 and 2004, so I was 5? 5 and 6. And I was an all-star player because I got a medal for playing T-ball. They call it T-ball because everybody on there came out as trans. Sorry. They call me the T-ball star because I'm a beautiful T individual. There's so many jokes I can make here. They call me a T-ball because I'm T and still have my balls. Sorry. It's my favorite soundboard.
Now stay quiet and keep your eyes open for Han.
Marshall, you still never answered if it felt good when you peed in the pool.
Han.
I'm not finished. Who told you I was done? I'm not done. Oh, we gotta get him out of the toaster oven. Look, he's baking at 350.
I can't see.
Your eyesight will return in time.
Who are you?
Someone who loves you.
Leia.
Oh my god, gay kiss.
I know that laugh.
Yes, Jabba!
I was just on my way to pay you back, but I got a little sidetracked.
Cargo, you need solo.
Jabba Mabakabatu.
You will take me to Jabba now.
Tutaku Jabba now.
Lead the way. We're going to see Jabba.
Mitotiza Jabba.
Remind everyone I'm a guest of no importance. and they should not pay us any attention.
Chewbacca is my everything. I like Yoda. My mouth like feels like really like gross. Oh, here we go. I can use my mouth on this. Which Star Wars character are you? I'm not even lying. Probably Jabba the Hutt. Like his appearance, not his actual character. There's not a lot of women in these movies, huh? That's probably why I never watched them. Yeah, but that's it. That's like the only one in the series I can think of.
Tell the eye thing to let us in, and that he looks weird.
Ostayi, Uba, Chuta lo wongi.
Yeah, I've never seen another person.
You will help me get
Oh my god, Mia, you weren't here. You weren't here. Okay. Hold my hand. Take my hand. Carrie Fisher plays Princess Leia. Did you know Carrie Fisher's daughter is Billie Lourd from American Horror Story? We learned about it earlier. I was gagged. Do you remember who Billie Lourd was? She was in American Horror Story. The silence is telling. What do you mean say that again? You said I'm holding your hand and ready. You're insane, I fear. Okay. Carrie Fisher plays Princess Leia, right? Her daughter is Billie Lourd from American Horror Story. So you're just not gagged by it? I thought it was a crazy thing to find out. I would have never known. And, well, you're not gonna probably know this reference. Carrie Fisher's mom was Debbie Reynolds. Debbie Reynolds was on an earlier season of Drag Race too. Season 2 for the makeover episode. Before she died. And Billie Lourd's grandmother and her mom, Carrie Fisher and Debbie Reynolds, died one day after another. Carrie Fisher died on December 27th and Debbie Reynolds died December 28th, 2016. Could you imagine? Like, that's crazy too. Isn't that wild? Do you not know? Do you not remember who Billie Lourd was? Can you not look at an image on the internet? Just making sure. I just thought it was crazy to find out, and nobody else reacted like I did, so I just think it's interesting. All these youngins born after 99, my god, my aching back, my god. Well, if I say Debbie Reynolds, do you know who Debbie Reynolds is? Does anybody know who Debbie Reynolds is? The silence is so telling. Okay, if you haven't seen Drag Race, do you know who Joan Rivers is? Because Joan Rivers is, like, commonly discussed on Drag Race, but, like... Nothing, Marshall! I'm just talking about old people! Sounded very pointed from the twink in chat. What does that have to do with Joan Rivers? I'm just talking about oldies here. The way I can't figure out this puzzle, so true. True.
If you try to betray me, Bib, I'll tie your leku in a bow. Now, introduce me to your master.
Do you know who Uma Thurman is?
Jabba knows I am a Jedi Knight.
Master, Governor Pace Luke Skywalker, Jedi Knight.
You will bring Captain Solo and the Wookiee to me.
He is so mean. What is that?
The Rancor!
Dead by Daylight perk. Steve, thank you for the follow. Oh, shit.
He says his Rancor is excited to know what a Jedi tastes like. Oh, please, be careful, Master Luke.
Soon, Skywalker. Rancor me wanted.
Wait, do you know who Niecy Nash is? Oh, get owned.
Well done, Master Luke. Nothing.
Marvel Jedi.
Yeah, she's a lesbian IRL, stunning. She used to have this show back in the day that she like redid homes. She was like the early, like, what's her name? Marie Kondo? Like, Marie Kondo before Marie Kondo. Like, she would like clean out people's houses and like, she had her own show, and that's like on Drag Race when she was on Drag Race. When RuPaul had a flower in her hair, she was like, because she used to wear flowers in her hair all the time. It was like her gimmick on the show. And RuPaul was wearing a flower, and she goes, I want that flower! Because, like, on her show, it was like her signature. Kind of like RuPaul with blonde hair.
Into the pit of Carcoon, the nesting place of the all-powerful Sarlacc.
That's the last mistake you'll ever make.
I'm an Niecy Nash stan, actually. That elephant back there, that's me.
Where have you been? You were meant to be on that barge. You're serving in the VIP lounge. Is this
sitting
all
in the
part of
VIP.
plan?
Oh.
Do you ever think about it too? Like how RuPaul is always like, you need to learn like from the generation before you. Do you ever think like, okay, RuPaul, do you want to learn from this generation too? Like, do you want to learn the references? I don't think RuPaul knows who Olivia Rodrigo is. I don't think RuPaul knows TikTok trends. I don't think RuPaul keeps up with pop culture. Sorry, that thought just popped in my brain.
Let's get a move on. If we don't get there soon, there'll be Sarlacc Chow. I hope so.
I guess. What do you think was on RuPaul's For You page? I would pay to see that. Hi, Anne. I want to sit comfy. Not black and white! Gray! Old men, you are what you eat. RuPaul's husband's hot, though. Have you seen RuPaul's husband? That's where the coffee enema's coming from. His husband is Australian, please. Not laughs in vinyl! You have sent me pictures of RuPaul husband against my will. No, I sent you that one picture of RuPaul with his husband being happy and gay. And I thought it was funny. Silly gay people. This next part of the game, this is the staple. This is what I think of when I think of LEGO Star Wars, is this mission.
Who's got
Yeah, this is the best one. Oh. Wait, so in the movies, Luke Skywalker, he loses his hand. How does he get one back? What does he use to replace it?
I hate that bounty hunter.
Oh. Another hand. Wow. Oh, I'm hitting the wrong button. Hey, Lemonade. Does he though? Does he use a robot hand? Is that the T? Is it just a continuity error? Like... Guys, I need you to, like, actually fight him instead of standing in front of me when I'm punching him, or I'm going to murder my own teammates. Like, what do you want me to do? Oh, it's symbolistic. It's pee-pee poo-poo. Okay. I'm very good at this game. Very good, T. Oh, that was just his first shield? Oh, we're done for.
There he is!
Can I play as Chewie? Oh! Chewie got blown off the ship! Little gay space boy. True. You got a haircut too, Slay. Oh, he's dying.
Boba Fett! Boba Fett, where?
Oh!
Party's over. Time for you to leave. Get them!
I play as Chewie. Hey. Oh, can I have that dress? True. Lemonade, thank you for 8 months. Thanks, babe. Is this a bad guy? Oh no, it's not.
Don't let them reach Jabba!
Jabba. Jabba da butt.
You dare disrespect Jabba?
Thank you, babe. Oh, we have to put it over here. Oh, we have to make a staircase.
Cease this at once!
Oh, I see. No, stop. Actually... Yeah. I did it.
Hey, R2. Thanks for your help. You better know what you're doing.
The way everybody just died. Okay. Look at all the money. I would have given it some money. How do we get to Jabba? Where do we go? Oh. So is Boba Fett just like some random dude? I don't understand.
R2, go get Leia. We'll hold off Jabba's guards.
Oh my god, R2's going in the vents. He's sus.
Not fair to watch.
Will you shut up already? R2, help me take down this slimy creep.
Oh yes! Oh my god, ponytail inches? Wait, better hair physics than... Okay, wait, I want to be that.
This is a party barge, not a riot barge. Show some respect. Get him!
Wait, I love this. This fight's so good. The music in the background too. The lighting is gorgeous. I'm chained to him!
Mangy little monkey lizard, knock it off!
Wait, he's a monkey lizard? That's so me. I want to be him. Oh, Jabba!
Now's our time to strike.
Get his ass. Period, baby. Oh! Oh, are we Jabba the Hutt and the rat lizard thing? That's so us. I throw you across the room, so true.
If I ever meet this thing again, it'll be too soon.
Oh, and the elephant's playing! When I do a Jabba the Hutt cosplay, oh my god, we won.
Let's hit him hard before he can see us coming.
Come on.
Oh. The smirk. She said, hey.
Let's
She did
go.
the Lady Camden
And don't
smirk.
forget the droids.
We're on our way.
Wait, no, the elephant's still on board. Help him. Wait, does Jabba the Hutt die there?
I'll meet you back at the fleet.
Why are we separating again? That's not a good idea. Wait, did he say fleet? A fleet enema? Now you're talking my language.
I need to finish my training with Master Yoda. You ready to go to Dagobah?
Dagobah. 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 I want to play a different character. Oh! 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 Oh, my coochie. Oh, look, she has different outfits. Oh! That is so slay. When they do this for Batman games, it's over for everybody. When they announce this at PAX and I'm in the front row, oh my god, we won. No, I didn't mean to do that. Go back. Wait, can we get the gay thing? I want to get the gay thing. Why can't I spend it? Stupid poopy. Well. Hello.
Okay, I'll be nice this time. I even have new hints for you.
Excuse me. Ugh.
Fresh hints. Get 'em while they're hot.
Oh my god, stretch! Oh my god, I got these chips at the store the other day and I had them last night and they taste like shit, so I'm very upset about it. Just wanted to let you know. They said they were spicy chips and they were not spicy. No. They just tasted weird. I know. I wanted spicy food. I don't know what I'm gonna make for dinner tonight either. What should I make?
I hope Master Yoda isn't too mad about me leaving. Thanks, R2. I just hope he sees it that way.
I've had a fresh update, so my existence has meaning again, apparently.
I'm going the wrong way.
Something's telling me I can do this.
Do what?
Not even the Force can help me with this one.
Yeah, this is why I don't do a lot of this stuff till post game, because like they want you to get like all the characters and stuff. So I'm like, whatever. Well, just the story.
I can.
Returned you have? Come closer.
Where is he? Oh, he's sleeping. Oh, this is when he dies!
One thing remains. Vader. You must confront Vader.
Is Darth Vader my father?
Your father, yes. There is another Skywalker.
Yoda will always be with you.
Obi-Wan.
The other he spoke of.
Leia. Leia's my sister?
What?!
Your insight serves you well.
He had a crush on his sister? Wait, no. Wait, is that real?
We need to get back to the fleet.
Not that! Is that... Not me finding out the lore between in a Lego game. That's crazy. But, like... That's kind of gaggy, though. That's gaggy. Sweet home Alabama. You didn't know Yoda dies? Were you being serious? Oh, yes. What? Watch Drag Race now. I can't! Don't lie to me, RuPaul. That they did what? Guys, on the RuPaul's official Drag Race, like, what team are you on? No spoilers, but I spoiled it for myself. Can we not, like...
That's right, R2. There's nothing left for us here.
The way, like, they do these, like, posts, and whoever gets the most votes, they don't crown. Because they save them for All-Stars. It's so aggravating. Can we vote for someone we don't want to win? Can we just, like, crown... I don't know. I feel like they're gonna be, like, poopy and, like, crown someone quirky. Like, UK. So does he tell his sister, like, so, yeah, we fucked, but, we're related. Let's, like, not do this anymore. Wait, so why did Yoda not tell? Why did nobody tell them? Nobody wanted to relay that piece of information? Nobody at all. I would have been like, I hate y'all. You're fake as fuck. Like, hello? It's a bit suspicious, isn't it? It's a bit sussy.
Yoo-hoo! There's more new information in my databases.
Take your time, R2-D2.
I put a repair order through to maintenance.
Oh, Jesus. Wait, Marshall, did you watch the episode?
Although the weapon system on this Death Star are not yet operational, the Death Star is protected by an energy shield, which is generated from the nearby forest moon of Endor. General Calrissian has volunteered to lead the fighter attack.
Good luck.
However, we can't attack the Death Star until the shield is deactivated.
Ooh, my team's ready.
Wait, is that actually in the thing? He, like, has to sit in a tank? That's funny. R2, ew.
So how are we going to get down to Endor without the Empire noticing us?
There's some Empire cargo ships in the hangar that we've borrowed. We'll sneak down in those.
Got it. Let's get going.
So is Star Wars, like, over? Like, they're not making any more? Or are they still making the movies to this day? Didn't they just have a show? Wait, no, they're still making stuff. How could I forget? Sasha Banks from WWE is in the new...
If you're still interested in that stuff. Fancy learning something new? I've just been given an update.
Bitch! Hi, Diamond Dave. I don't know what's happening. Maybe I should watch the movies. I mean, I'm having a lovely time, but I just have no idea what's going on. I have so many questions. Which is kind of slay fierce, the house wig boots. So what happens after this one? What's the order after this one? It goes 3, 4, 5. Nope. It goes 4, 5, 6, right? And then, what does it go? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. I don't know. I didn't go to school for math. Oh!
Chewie and I will take care of this. You stay here.
He just got a slug on his hat. Slugma. Ha! Slugma balls!
Rebel, sound the alert! Great. Come on.
Over there, rebels!
They're looking for the shield generator.
We can't let them get word out we're here.
Then let's not give them a chance to. Leia, look out! More troopers!
Family Guy funny moments. So then after 4 to 6, does it go... It goes 6 to 9. Oh, that's my friend. Oops. I pissed and shit. That was so funny. Right? I'm so funny.
No! Let's get after them!
I'm gonna steal your car like GTA.
Come on, get on!
Oh, please let me drive through this. I want to do it. I actually want to drive. Yes! This is so cool!
Yeah, don't let go!
Oh my god, this is so cool. This looks so cool! Get into it, yeah. Thank you, Asa! Thank you! No. I'm taking the left turn because the left is always right, if you know what I mean.
We're not out of the woods yet. More troopers.
Are we out of the woods yet? 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 Are we in my ass yet? This is one of the best parts of the game so far, honestly. This is so fun. Don't question mark me. Put some words before the question mark.
this again.
He said, not this. No. I don't bottom. This is where everybody in the chat says, Nam, you are a bottom.
Hope those things are insured.
Hey, these bikes would be better off on Tatooine. A lot less trees.
You found the brakes on these things yet? More of you guys. Give me a break. These things.
Do you ever just think of like not having, what is it, penetration for sex? Cause like, is that pleasurable? No. I don't even like the thought of it. So, no.
Walkers, over there.
I'm completely fine playing my video games. Wow. Am I playing as a man? I am. This is so sick.
Take him out, Empire style.
I thought so too, but I don't think I am. I think I'm Luke. Oh yeah. Whatever his name is. I don't know.
Luke! Where's Leia?
We got separated. Chewie, wait, no!
Wait, why is Luke on the Death Star? Jay! Thanks for gifting a sub. I appreciate
Point that thing
it.
someplace else.
Thank you so much for your generosity. Oh, look at the little hamsters!
Do you understand anything they're saying?
I remember this part!
We are now a part of the tribe.
Leia!
Luke, what's wrong?
Vader is here.
This hair?
He's my father.
Your father.
The Force is strong in my family. My father has it. I have it. My sister has it.
Somehow, I've always known.
But you still fucked him?
To face him.
He says he will show us the quickest way to the shield generator.
Oh, I thought I could play as him. Come on. Oh, Ewok. Oh, they're cute. I like them. Oh, wig.
You really think we can trust these fuzzballs?
Yes, hair.
Chewie's right. They're our best chance at finding the base.
Fine, but I'm keeping my eye on this guy.
What was I saying? What were we talking about? Leia. I don't remember. Oh, why is he on the Death Star? Well, like, why was he on the Death Star? Wait, is Luke bad? Or is he playing both sides? I don't get it. I'm asking now, so when I watch the movies, I don't have questions. Just putting that out there. Okay, tagging myself, re-tagging myself instead of Jabba. I am one of these Ewoks. They're so cute. This area is so pretty, I love it.
Yep, yep.
Yub yub! So cute! Oh, this one's singing!
Hello? School. Bunga Udi.
I love them. Has anyone ever told you you look like an Ewok? It's a Drag Race Season 3 reference.
Essa wicho também nos metroni. Shanka wagleki yun. Abwagleta birocha.
I don't think I can switch to a robot character right now, though. Maybe I can. Oh, I can. You can sit. Ah! I want to play as one of the Ewoks.
Back door, huh? Good idea. It's only a few guards. This shouldn't be too much trouble.
I know you like using the back door.
Oh, yeah.
I've heard that about you.
Huh?
You stay here. We'll take care of this.
Don't mind. They'll be captured. You rebel scum!
Yes!
Wait, come back! Oh my goodness!
I can play as the Ewok! Eee!
She's got a point. She's an icon. She's a legend. And she is the moment. Now, come on now.
Yeah. I like the way it runs.
White armor isn't really appropriate for a forest moon, is it? Honestly, the Empire could have provided more suitable attire.
There's literally a party happening in there. don't know why this game got like really, really good all of a sudden. I don't know. I'm really enjoying my time. I mean, it's been good, but like I'm really immersed in this part. I don't know. Ewok gameplay. Not true. I mean, I didn't want to say it, but it literally is. Oh, I can just go around it. Where'd it go? Oh, you can just make it whenever? What the heck? How do I break this? The way I'm struggling right now. Oh. I can never see that. It blends in. A glider. These guys are cool. Oh! My Genshin glider. Oh my god. This Lara Croft moment. Eyes emoji. Looks around. Is that even a thing? Someone said it was on the PS1. Is that true? Oh my god. I have no idea. It might have just been a lie. My limbs. Ugh. Is it though? That scream. Slay. Marshall, can't you? Marshall. Lego Tomb Raider. In the Google search. No, it doesn't exist. I eat food. I'm hungry. I want chicken tendies. Nice.
I love you.
I know.
Freeze! Don't move.
This actually happened in the movie, I think.
Chewie, get down here! No, wait!
I got an idea.
This is a rebel that surrendered to us.
Good work, Commander. No. Leave us. The Emperor has been expecting you.
Ah! I play as Darth Vader, so true.
I feel the conflict within you. Let go of your hate, Father.
It is too late for me, son. The Emperor will show you the true nature of the Force. He is your master now.
Interesting.
Hey, are you supposed to be in here?
My father controls this battle station.
Only Skywalkers allowed past this point. And you look more like a bibble to me.
Okay.
I'd forgotten we increased security down here. Yet another of these panels. Where did that other trooper get to?
Can you just ask them to open the door, Darth Vader? Who are you people? These red suits are stunning. I love that red suit.
By now you must know your father can never be turned from the dark side. So will it be with you.
You're wrong.
It was I who allowed the Alliance to know the location of the shield generator. It is quite safe from your pitiful little band.
All groups assume attack coordinates.
Is that a ring light? Was that a ring light?
It's a trap!
Witness the firepower of this fully armed and operational battle station. Fire at will, Commander.
Oh, that thing's operational.
Good. I can feel your anger. Strike me down with all of your hatred, and your journey towards the dark side will be complete. Use your aggressive
Not
fury,
round one.
boy. Let the hate flow through you.
You couldn't bring yourself to destroy me before, and I don't believe you'll destroy me now.
You underestimate the power of the dark side.
Do it. Yes. Yes.
I feel the good in you, the conflict.
There is no conflict.
A sitting duck. Yes, yes.
Give yourself to the dark side. It is the only way to save your friends, to save your sister. Yes, your thoughts have betrayed you.
Uh-oh.
Enjoy the darkness, do we, son? Luke, I am your father. Come out at once. There you are.
Hey, Matt. Oh! Hey, Drunken Sloth.
a twin sister. If you will not turn to the dark side, perhaps she will.
Never!
Now, fulfill your destiny and take your father's place in my side.
I'll never turn to the dark side. I am a Jedi, like my father before me.
So be it, Jedi.
Father, please!
Slay!
I expected nothing more from the pathetic Skywalkers.
It's over! You have lost!
We shall see.
Ooh, lightning is not running well on this. On the Switch.
Enough. I am tired of your insolence. Guards, destroy these treasonous cowards.
I like these attires on these, like, guards. This red, gorgeous. Okay. Oh! Yikes, my god. The only performance issue so far is this. This is horrible. It's not even like my stream or my computer, it's just the Switch port. As soon as it switches to Palpatine, it literally starts going like 2 FPS. That's so funny. Camp. Yikes, what is it with Palpatine's model that makes the game, like, die?
You have paid the price for your lack of vision.
I know, my Switch is probably kicking it right now.
Stop this petulant behavior. You are beaten.
Not him being like, you are beaten, and he's the one getting beat up. Okay. Okay, Gorge. We made it through. We did it. Oh, bro's dead. Oh, never mind.
Help me take this mask off.
Tell your sister. You were right.
I've got to save you.
You already have, Luke.
So Darth Vader wasn't really a bad guy? So true. I mean, he was, but like, kind of not
The
really.
shield is down. Commence attack on the Death Star's main reactor.
We're on our way.
The way I'm gonna know the Star Wars movies now after playing this game, because I'm just like, this has got everything we need to know.
Whoa!
So wait, what were they doing on Earth? Or not Earth, whatever planet this is.
I'm sure Luke wasn't on that thing when it blew.
He wasn't. I can feel it.
All right. I understand. I won't get in the way.
It's not like that at all. He's my brother.
But y'all... Not her hopping from man to man like that! And that was her breath. Who's that guy in the middle? Who's that guy in the middle? Wait, so did Darth Vader die? Like, he died right there at the end. Yeah, oh, that's sad. He had a good story arc, though. I mean, like, I'm going off the Lego games, but honestly, this is pretty good for, like, I'm like understanding the lore of the Star Wars games through a fucking Lego game. I think that's kind of iconic. Kind of iconic. But he died Anakin, not Vader. I don't know what that means. Did Jabba the Hutt die when he exploded in that ship? That's kind of sad. I have to pee. Hold on. I'm back. And how he became... Oh, so that's where the story angle goes? They kill off Vader and then they're like, oh yeah, actually, now we go back. That's actually sad. George Lucas. Earlier in the stream you missed it, I didn't know Billie Lourd was the daughter of, Carrie Fisher. I didn't know that until literally today. Yeah, I love that. Wait, is she in this? Wait, is her character in this? In this video game? Hold on. What's her name? Billy Lord Star Wars. Stop making noises. I need to focus. What part does Billy Lord play? She plays Lieutenant Connix. Maybe, I don't know. I mean, we finished the first 3, which is kind of iconic. Now we have to do... 6 more, I think. One, 2, yeah, 6 more. Oh, and this is where those, like, ugly guys come from. I hate those guys. They're, like, robots that are, like, weird and, like, they look like skeletons and they're really, like, big. And you're big. Episode 1, The Phantom Menace. Turmoil has engulfed the Galactic Republic. The taxation of trade routes is outlying the star systems in dispute. Hoping to resolve the matter with the blockade of deadly battleships, the Greedy Trade Federation has stopped all the shipping of a small part of the planet. While the Congress of the Republic endlessly debates the alarming chain of events, the Supreme Chancellor has secretly dispatched 2 Jedi Knights, the guardians of peace and justice to the galaxy, to settle the conflict. Well, whatever that means. Oh, did I just smudge my lipstick with that? Fuck my life.
The ambassadors for the Supreme Chancellor request permission to board.
Am I still in shot?
That's the iconic queen. What the fuck was that?
Of course. As you know, our blockade is perfectly legal.
I have a bad feeling about this.
Oh, and Obi-Wan, this is him young too, before he dies in the whatever movie. Ah! I keep dropping shit. I've had enough. When I become a Star Wars nerd, what then? New era! I get a lightsaber, oh my god. I do a sexy photo shoot with a lightsaber, what then? What then? That would actually serve. Wait, because now I'm having ideas, concepts.
Welcome, ambassadors. I am TC-14, at your service. We are greatly honored by your visit, ambassadors. This way, please.
I still have a bad feeling about this, you know.
Don't center on your anxieties, Obi-Wan. Keep your concentration here and now, where it belongs.
But Master Yoda said I should be mindful of the future.
But not at the expense of the moment. Be mindful of the living force, young Padawan.
Yes, Master.
This way, ambassadors.
I want to be an ambassador. Well, more. I want to be a Twitch partner.
Make yourselves comfortable. My master will be with you shortly.
How do you think this trade viceroy will deal with the Chancellor's demands?
These Federation types are cowards. The negotiations will be short.
When they finally begin, you mean? Is it in their nature to make us wait this long?
No, I sense an unusual amount of fear for something as trivial as this trade dispute.
I wait. I fixed the chairs because y'all can't do that, but I don't live here, so it's fine. Whatever.
I thought the Viceroy said blast them. No, he said gas them. No, he said...
That didn't
Dale.
sound trivial.
Dioxys. We need to get out of here.
What the hell? I didn't do anything. I'm just waiting around in my room for my meeting.
So much for the negotiations.
A lightsaber should make short work of that blast door.
Or we could simply fight our way around it. How should we proceed, Master?
Not so fast.
I hate these robots. Something about my childhood and these robots made me mad. I don't like the way they look. They make me angry. And because they kind of look like twinks. Yes, that too.
Over there. It's an invasion army.
We have to get down to the planet and warn the Naboo.
Away! Get out of here!
Jar Jar Binks!
Jar Jar Binks!
Let's get out of here before more droids show up.
Oh, I can't
Jar
play as
Jar,
him.
we need to find somewhere safe and warn the Naboo of this invasion.
Excuse me, but the most safest place would be Otogunga. It is a hidden city.
Can you take us there?
Uh-huh. This way. Hurry!
Didn't Jar Jar Binks do something problematic? Am I
These are
crazy?
Going underwater, okay? Oh, my warning you. Gungans no like outsiders, so don't expect a warm welcome.
Oh, don't worry. This hasn't been our day for warm welcomes.
What do you mean? How are they swimming underwater? Oh, so he's a traitor. Well, it looked like they were really deep underwater.
Hey, Yusa, stop it there.
Hey, old Captain Toppers. Mr. Back?
Not again, Jaja. Yusa go into the bosses. Yusa in big doo-doo this time.
How woo!
Is there something you want to tell us, Jar Jar?
It's embarrassing, but, I'm afraid I might have been banished.
Hi, Panda.
That seems like something it would have been
Welcome
helpful
in.
to remember.
As I said, brainless.
Are you going to enlighten us as to why you were banished?
Jaja clumsy oaf. He crashing the boss's personal Haber Bongo.
Mr. told you. That was accident.
Yes. Jaja accidentally took his hands off the wheel to catch tasty beetles.
That makes me sad. This area is pretty. Was this in the movies? This is really pretty. How do I do that? So the order we're playing them is the order they were made, right? So the first one was the fourth one is the first one made, the second one is the second one, the fifth one is the second one made. So the first one would technically be the fourth movie made. Correct?
A droid army is about to attack the Naboo.
We shall no like the Naboo.
I must warn them.
So they have budget by now.
Give you, sir, una bongo. The speediest way to the Naboo is going through the planet core.
What is to become of Jar Jar Binks here?
Be gone with him.
Why doesn't anyone like him? Oh, I can play as him. Hee 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 hee. He runs so funny. Oh, we can just go like this. Fish!
Here we are. Door's locked, but leave that to me, sir.
How did they mock at me running? Oh! Oh! Slay.
You're so crazy going to planet core? Here's a Yosabongo. Whenever you're so ready.
Birdie, so pretty. Oh, that's not pretty, that's scary. Please get away from me. Oh, they're going underwater. They're gonna find Finding Nemo. Oh, Jesus.
Don't worry. The Force will guide us.
The Force? Oh, no.
Quick, shoot! We need this creature out of the way. Shoot it, Obi-Wan.
We're gonna get crunched.
Oh.
There's always...
Oh. Oh, wow. That wasn't very nice. Well, damn. Wait, so after the prequel movies, do the movies focus on Princess Leia? What? Oh, okay. Her mom. Wait, why? How does that make sense?
I need someone to show me my place in all this.
What? That doesn't make sense either. So the movies after are still a prequel? 7 to 9 are still prequels? Okay, that lost me. You lost me. Nothing makes sense anymore. You lost me. Then how did Princess Leia not... How was she not born? Do we really have to redo the entire episode? Because the game crashed? Okay.
Don't worry, the Force will guide us.
The Force? Oh, no.
Quick, shoot!
This is it!
We need this creature out of the way. Shoot it, Obi-Wan.
You really lost me. That does not make any sense. I'm so sorry.
Mr. Megan's big mistake!
There's always a bigger fish.
No, that's still... Oh, that's a big fish.
Stay calm. We're not in trouble yet.
Oh, we're inside a bigger
nonsense.
fish.
Why do you thinking we's in trouble?
Howard's back.
Oh my Jesus. We are inside a giant fish. I know we are.
I told you the planet core was bad bombing.
Your constant optimism is really encouraging, Jar Jar. It's toying with us. Yes, but we should still be able to harm it. I see our friend is hungry again.
No, wait! This seems lovely.
We must find the queen.
Oh, she's such a serve.
Victory.
Stupid chair.
Yeah, but it doesn't make sense. What do you... So, okay. So, in theory, right? 4 to 6, right? That's the main story. 1 to 3 are prequels. How does it make sense that 7 to 9 are focused on the mother, but Princess Leia was not born yet? If she is in 4 to 6. I asked that and y'all said Padme is the main focus. Well, here we are. So who does the movie focus on 7 and 9? Who's Rey? Rey Mysterio? Yeah, Rey Mysterio is in Star Wars after all of this time. Oh wow, this is beautiful. This is gorgeous. This is gorgeous. Oh wow. Oh wow. Y'all, this is a Lego game. I'm just putting that out there. Hello? Not this game outselling other games. It's literally a Lego game. No words for that one. I play as Jar Jar. Oh, he's tongue out! Silly. Hehe. Ooh, hockey, hockey. Beep beep. Beep beep. Oh. Rescue Queen Amidala from the Trade Federation. She's caught by the feds. Oh no.
Oh no, sir! The Buccaneers has the queen!
I imagine they'll be taking her to their ship.
If their ship is docked in the hangar, that gives us some time to intercept them.
Stop right there.
Not me fighting my own teammate.
Are we safe now?
I believe so. But who do we have to thank for our rescue?
We're ambassadors for the Supreme Chancellor. It's urgent that we make contact with the Republic. Do you have transports?
In the main hangar, this way.
Just slay her.
Oh.
It's not too far. Stay close.
The Queen is not safe here. We must take her to the Republic on Coruscant immediately.
Oh my god, my entire body just cracked. That was a lot. The queen! The baby! The boss baby!
More droids!
Don't let them get away!
She in the cord. Hey, back it up! We're safe. My queen. So get the fuck out of my way. The way he runs. Hee. And Dar Dar.
You're in trouble now.
They're called BJ robots? You're lying to me. She's gorge.
Shut up, capture the queen.
Yeah, I love this weapon.
Stay back.
It's really good. Insta-kill. What did he have in the movie? His long tongue. Oh, what the heck? Where are we going? Oh, we're going to the ship.
Stop right there. The queen is coming with us.
Who told you that? Who told you the queen's coming with you? Tell me, quickly. What is that heart right there? I want that.
This is Her Royal Highness's ship. Are you ready to...
Do they have champagne and snacks?
There's the blockade.
Oh wow. Oh my god. Oh my goodness.
Shield generator's been hit.
Ah! But we have not stopped the blockade.
That little droid did it.
True, R2-D2 slay.
There's not enough power to get us to Coruscant. The hyperdrive is leaking.
Oh.
Here, Master. Tatooine. It's small, out of the way. The Trade Federation has no presence there.
Why did you eat that? We're going to get tattoos again.
Tatooine, you say?
Oh god, what's on my arm? Going to get tattoos. We in the cord. Thinking about how Liv Morgan won tonight. We won. We won. We won.
Wait! Her Highness commands that I go with you. She's curious about the planet.
Whosa or Yusa?
I'm Padme, one of the Queen's handmaidens.
Oh, it's her.
This is not a good idea. But if the Queen wishes it...
Padme.
Now we need to find a mechanic selling the parts.
Oh,
Let's ask her
hair. Her hair kind of looks like beef jerky, but it's okay. Talos. Shush. I can't believe you would say that. I agree. The music here is nice. What were we talking about? We were talking about Liv Morgan. What did she do? She won. Oh. I wanted to get at something though. I wanted to say something else. Can you adventure literally everywhere on here? This is insane. This game's nuts. Stunning. I think they have something planned for Rhea and Liv. They wouldn't have Liv pin Sasha for no reason. That's a big win for Liv. I think there's more than just Rhea going to Edge's faction. I will, to this day, I will die on this hill. I think there is a little more than that.
Let me guess, looking for ship parts?
That would sell. That would eat. But they wouldn't build a... They don't do anything that's not for the title because they're horrible to women. I hate WWE. I know. It's weird that I'm more interested in the tag division right now than I am, which is good, than the main card. Bianca doesn't have anyone to fight. And Charlotte and Ronda are having a feud again. Who cares? Can we move on?
I need parts for a J-Type 327 Nubian. I have 20,000 Republic Dactaries.
Republic credits are no good out here. I need something more real.
You're a funny little boy. I'm building a pod racer.
You must have Jedi reflexes if you race pods.
There's big race tomorrow on Bunty Eve. You can enter my pod.
Anakin.
The prize credits will more than pay for the parts they need.
The Force is unusually strong with him. That much is clear.
He deserves better than a slave's life.
The boy tells me you want to sponsor him in the race.
Well, I've acquired a pod in a game of chance. I wager my new racing pod
Who is
against,
Anakin
say,
supposed to be?
The boy and his mother.
No pod is worth 2 slaves.
The boy, then.
Deal.
Oh.
If that's everything we need, we should make our way.
Wait! No. That's not right. That is wrong. No. This is very wrong. You're telling me Padme waited till Anakin grew up and fucked him, watched this kid grow up, this y'all fave show? This is your fave series. This is your fave series. And y'all were just telling me Padme was a good girl. Y'all were like, yeah, she's cool, she's lit. She watched a kid grow up and then slept with him. Y'all lied to me. What is your problem?
Ooh, my coffee enema is kicking in.
Y'all are weird.
Way to the arena and enter young Anakin into the race.
Do you use that to pick up individuals too? Yeah, I'm gonna say that to men now. Yeah, sleep with me, because I'm the chosen one. So, like... Yeah, I'm the chosen one, so, like, come on. I deserve gifted subs because I'm the chosen one. Oh my god. I deserve a man with a big dick and good credit because I'm the chosen one. Like, come on. Like, I'm the chosen one. Yeah, partner me. I'm the chosen one. Come on. I'm the chosen one. Companies should sponsor me more because I'm the chosen one. I am the chosen one. I deserve a new iPhone to upgrade from my XR because I am the chosen one. I am the chosen one. I don't want to continue the story. Do you see this? Do you see this? I can't believe y'all Star Wars. I'm crafting a tweet.
That's absolutely right. And a big turnout here from all corners of the Outer Rim territory. And a late entry, young Anakin Skywalker, a local boy.
Remember, concentrate on the moment. Feel, don't think. Use your instincts.
I will.
May the Force be with you.
Oh, I don't like this mission. I don't like this mission. Okay, we're not gonna get into this debate. There's a lot that could be said.
And there goes Skywalker. He'll be hard-pressed to catch up with the leaders today.
This POV I hate, like, a lot.
Into the Mushroom Mesa. Now these are mushrooms.
Can we not? Can we just do third person? What the fuck is this? Why am I playing NASCAR right now? I didn't want to play a Forza game. This is the closest thing to Forza you'll ever see me play, so watch yourselves.
Fitting these parts through the notch is like fitting Java into an X-34 land speeder. It's gonna be tight.
What's gonna be tight? Me, because I'm the chosen one.
Better look out. Those Tusken Raiders look dangerous.
Can I ask a question? When did, these two individuals start dating? Let's inspect that.
Lap 1 complete. Just 2 more to go. If they can survive them. Ouch! Odie Mandrell's race has ended early. You hate to
I'm
see
asking what age. Who was 20?
No! I'm never gonna win unless I reattach it.
What's happening? When he was 20. This is important information. I need to know who was 20. Because this could go one of two ways. Okay. Just needed that information because if she was 20 and he was 16, that's an issue. Huge.
Look at him go! At the start of the third and final lap, so Bulba isn't believing it. Surely he has this in the bag.
So what else is in this? Do we got Vor next? Do we have a foot fetish next? What's next? Cause like they got all the stuff in here. It's a lot.
What now?
Are you serious?
Quit it!
Seems like our racers have some company out there, in the shape of some meddling Tusken Raiders.
Well, if you think about it, okay, so what do they have so far? They have incest. They have this weird thing with these two. They had animals dying. Then child murder. It's too much.
You knew the boy was going to win. Somehow you knew it.
Bring the parts to the main hangar.
Too much.
I'll come by your shop later on
Who's
so you
that?
can release the boy.
Oh, I know him! He's cool. Well, I don't know if he's cool. He's probably problematic too, but like, his design's cool.
Look at all the credits we have.
Oh.
Now you can make your dreams come true, Annie.
Pack your things. We haven't much time.
Is he to become a Jedi?
Yes.
What about Mom?
Son, my place is here. It is time for you to let go.
I will come back and free you, Mom. I promise.
No, she's dead. I know she's already dead.
Master Anakin.
That's the trauma. Trauma.
A little more completed.
I'm sorry I wasn't able to finish you, 3PO. Bye.
Oh my.
Oh, C-3PO was originally Darth Vader's robot?
Anakin, it's time for us to leave Tatooine.
Oh, wow.
Let's hurry back to the ship.
You mean I get to come with you? In your starship?
If Master Obi-Wan not getting Bordo and leaving us here, he's a no liking Jar Jar.
I don't know about that, Jar Jar. I'm sure he thinks you're charming.
The way I'm literally finding out the lore of Star Wars through a Lego fucking game. Like, this game's great. I'm just saying. Like, now I don't gotta sit through all the fucking movies. I probably will, but like, at least I know the basis of what's going on, opposed to before I'm like, what the fuck was happening? Like, okay, Game of the Year. Okay, beat Elden Ring. Oh my god, we won. When this beats Elden Ring, oh my god, we won. We won. We won.
We're an independent droid taxi service. No app, no driver.
Anakin, drop!
Oh, Gooberfish!
Go! Tell them to take off!
Oh my god, when the Mario Kart DLC gets Game of the Year, oh my god. I can't end.
Finally, we... what? Oh, there you are. Finally, we have revealed ourselves to the Jedi. Follow them, my young apprentice. You know what to do.
Well, if we can avoid fighting any more hooded strangers, perhaps we'll actually get to Coruscant this time.
Indeed. However, I believe that stranger may have been a Sith Lord.
Where are we going? Where's the next objective? Croissant? Speaking of, I have croissants I can make tonight. I want to get this episode finished and I'm probably going to wrap up stream, but we'll be live tomorrow for more of this. And then I'm off on Sunday and I'll be back on either Monday or Tuesday, and then I'm off on Thursday. So just putting that out there so y'all know. And then the week after that is PAX. I'm so fucking excited. I can't wait for y'all to see the shit that I'm working on. So excited. Oh, it's the financial district, like in New York City. So true.
Fancy that. A personal welcome from Senator Palpatine himself.
Oh my god, it's Draco
Let us quickly
Malfoy.
explain the situation in Naboo, so my people may finally be saved.
Greetings, Your Majesty. Master Jedi.
That's Gaggy. Oh, I get to play as the queen. Hi, everyone. Fuck you, bitch! Sorry. Anyways, moving on. Oh, I didn't mean to do that.
It is a great gift to see you alive, Your Majesty. I'm anxious to hear about the situation on Naboo.
I walk. Beautiful gowns, gorgeous gowns,
The
beautiful
Supreme
gowns.
Chancellor Valorum has called for a special session of the Senate to discuss the situation on Naboo. Though, I must be frank, he has little real power, and it is unlikely the Senate will act on the invasion. I believe our best option is for Her Majesty to push for the election of a new Supreme Chancellor who can take control and give us justice.
I love it. It's so pretty. Oh, sorry. Oh, I thought I could get a... You think I could push this lady off? What would happen? Wait, I can probably do it as the Jedi.
Ah, here we are. These once you're ready.
Shut up, I'm trying to push her off the edge. Why? How do I do it? I know it can happen. Do we not have the Force yet? Like, what is it? I just want to see if you can push her off! I hate it.
We're an independent droid taxi service. No apps, no drivers, no problem. You're all set.
Drive the taxi by myself. Fuck everybody else. Star Fortress.
Ah,
Oh, beautiful
there you are.
room.
Are
Reminds me of
you
Austin
ready
Powers.
to begin the meeting?
I don't know why.
We must do something quickly to stop the Federation.
Order! Order!
Honorable representatives of the Republic, I move for a vote of no confidence in Chancellor Valorum's leadership.
Order! Order!
I've decided to go back to Naboo.
Please, Your Majesty, stay here where it's safe.
Oh, so he's already like... Oh, I
Anakin
see.
is my Padawan learner.
Now is not the time for this.
I see his angle.
Go with the Queen to Naboo and unravel the mystery of the Sith.
Clouded this boy's future is.
Do you really believe we can convince Boss Nass to help us, Your Highness?
What other option is there? I have faith we can convince him.
You should not know a boss like me, sir. He's as stubborn like a famba.
Encouraging as always, Jar Jar.
No, I think... Oh. I'm... The, Palpatine. He's trying to get power. Lots of traveling in this one.
You'll never guess, but I've just received some new data.
Oh, she has a nice suit. Stunning. There's so much traveling in this one. Into the sky, till I turn. Climb aboard, ready to explore. And your mind is down to the white sky. Hello!
Where's everybody go?
The place has been deserted.
I pray that Boss Nass is still here. Let's visit his throne room.
Why is everybody gone? Let me in, bitch! Sorry. Did y'all see on that one TikTok I posted this morning about the gays doing the little dancey dance? They were like, oh my god, I stan like that guy with his shirt off, like he's so hot, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, first of all, he's problematic. Second of all, do you just stan anybody with their shirt
There's
off?
nobody here either.
Whatever.
Have they been captured?
Maybe support trans people? Sorry.
Or maybe they fled.
Of course, sir. Who can hide them? When in trouble, go to sacred place.
Gay people be like, oh my god, shirts off, sexy pics, I love you. But fuck trans people, I hate them. Like, okay. Another day. Some like thirst trap person that posts like content like that. Like props to them or whatever, but I think they're I don't think I know they're I remember they had like a scandal. Are we really going somewhere else again? Little Einsteins. I mean, yeah.
Over here! Misa found a secret entrance. We should be needing secret key to get in secret place. Misa know it round here somewheres.
Do you think some people that have said, like... Do you think some people in the media that are reported dead, do you think they're still alive, but like underground?
Use a fix and use to enter secret place.
I think so.
Talk about using your head.
Misa sure boss nice be this way.
Jar Jar Binks, you
Well, have you seen the conspiracy theory about Michael Jackson? How, like, when he had his
I am
thing,
Queen Amidala. No.
when he was like going to the hospital, he didn't go to the hospital. Like he was in like a parking lot and got like, it was all weird.
I am Queen Amidala.
I am Queen Amidala.
I'm sorry for my deception, but it was necessary to protect myself.
Who do you
If we
who do you
not
think
act
is still
quickly,
alive?
all will be lost forever. I beg you to help
Dobby
us.
from Harry Potter. That's number one.
Let's head to the palace. We must launch an attack on their control ship and confront the Viceroy.
Darth Vader. Yeah, I think he's still alive.
The Gungans will do their part. But if the Viceroy escapes, he will return with another droid army, Your Highness.
That is why we must head to Theed immediately and retake the palace.
What's his name?
My part. I want to help.
The hunter
You
guy.
help by hiding somewhere safe and staying alive.
Oh my god, what is his name? The guy that's got stung by a ray. A thing. How did he die? What is that guy's name, guys? Steve Irwin. Yep, so I think Dobby, Darth Vader, and Steve Irwin and Michael Jackson are all still alive. They're underground. They're downstairs. They all faked their own deaths.
Doesn't sound like helping.
In a way, they are underground. Please.
Annie, find cover, quick!
Who's Annie? Oh, that was
Get
easy.
to your ships!
He'll be safe there.
My guess is the Viceroy is in the throne room.
Honestly, what is the point of this movie? I would be lost. I don't understand it. I don't get the plot. It's this guy, I guess. He's doing a bad job at being a villain.
We'll handle this.
We'll take the long way.
Oh, wig.
Huh?
Oh, sexy. Oh, oh, oh. Well, this is epic.
Be on guard, and remember your training, Obi-Wan.
He's fleeing. We have company.
Engaging target.
This boss fight seems very epic. Okay. I want to get one of those Kirby lightsabers. Have you seen them? They're so slay. It makes like Kirby noises and it lights up and it's pretty and cool. I want one. Oh, that's so funny. They're playing on that. Where are we right now? Like, what is this? Am I supposed to know what this is? Like, what are these laser things in the sky? I don't understand.
More droids, Master.
Backup has arrived. Roger, roger.
This is quite the generator room. Feels like the end of the world room.
He's playing with us. Come on, we mustn't let him get away.
Okay. You are so...
Quite the leap. My thighs couldn't manage it. Let's find another way to reach him. Huh? Where am I putting this? Quite the boss fight, huh?
Okay, just for him to do that. Okay. Oh! Get back here.
These barriers are very dangerous. Use caution.
Well. Oh!
Broken. Then we shall manually open it.
This would be really inconvenient if we didn't have the force, huh? The way it made me slow so I couldn't chase him. Okay.
Again?
Patience, my Padawan. We will overcome this obstruction.
I still have no idea who these characters are, lol.
Obi-Wan, raise your lightsaber. Our battle resumes.
We're wearing him down, Master.
The Force is with us. We will prevail.
It got glitched, lol. On him being dead and still...
Promise me you will train the boy.
Yes, Master.
Oh. No, that was such a good boss fight, right?
Your little insurrection is at an end, Your Highness.
Viceroy, your occupation here has ended.
After her! This one's a decoy!
Now, Viceroy, we will discuss a new treaty.
We gotta do something, R2!
Oh no.
Oops. It's an automatic pilot!
Oh, you dumb boy. Why did they have him sit in the ship?
Oh, Gungan warriors! We are ready to do Asa part.
Oh, so this is where they went.
We're some warriors. We're a grand army.
Who are they fighting?
General Jaja, we must be making our way to the battlefield. Now, Jaja, we must join the others.
Yes, sir. Misa know where they go. Follow Misa.
Yoo-hoo. There's more new information in my databases.
How'd they get that giant dinosaur through here?
Yoo-hoo! Me da needin' you's helping over here.
All of you, sir, we must hurry.
Captain, we's going as quick as we can. We's have noticed some of the Boombas missing. Maybe they fell off the wagon? Can you, sir, help us find them?
Jaja, we must help them load the wagons. Look around for the boomers.
Okay,
The boomers?
You, sir, can count on Misa.
Misa thought that big log would never move.
Jaja, keep this in. Very shiny.
Now we are ready.
All done. Time's for a well-earned resting.
Jaja, we saw.
Ooh.
Starting up the shield.
This looks like the Windows default background right here in this area.
You're so scary.
Uh-oh. Jaja, we must load the last catapulties.
Misa should have stayed in Otokola.
Literally.
Don't be afraid, Frog Jaja.
This GM Flatgrass moment.
This look very, very safe. Not.
On the catapults, Jaja. Ready them, sir, for the boomer.
For the boomer. Those sounds are nice. I like those sounds.
And fire!
Mechanics in the shield.
Harpers, inside of the shields.
We must attack.
Uh-oh.
Let Misa ahead.
Did this actually happen in the movie? It's so weird that I've just like never seen any like clips or anything from Star Wars. I'm like,
Ready, boyos!
why is poor Jar Jar doing all the work? Can someone do something?
Protectance the shield!
Oh no.
The catapults are broken!
What if we smoosh it together and make a big catapult?
That's a one crazy catapult!
He's hoping so.
That's a lot of people. Oh. Oh, I explode them?
Nearly, but also right.
Ah, so close.
Uh-oh. Ha-ha! Yes, sir!
How that not hit them?
That's what I'm saying, Jar Jar. Why am I missing?
Shield down! Gonglins indeed do now!
We must fight! Never beckons down! No giving up, General Jaja! Misa think of something!
Hands up.
I give up. I give up.
I mean, they had a full-ass army. I would have too.
You did it, R2! Look! There they are!
Oh. I don't know if you want to go there. That's true. That's true. I forgot Jar Jar.
This is tense! Go back? Qui-Gon told me to stay in this cockpit, so that's what I'm gonna do.
Bravo flight, let's get in close.
I know we're in trouble, just
A
hang
kid
on.
did this? You lying to me.
Our fighters are getting picked off by those vulture droids. We have to do something.
You hear that, R2? They need help.
This did not happen. You're lying. This can't be.
If the Gungans are going to win the ground assault, we need to destroy those signal towers.
Come on, R2. Let's shoot those signal towers.
Kind of fun, literally killing people. So true. Aces, thank you for the follow.
Ships. We gotta shoot some more. Spinning. That's a good trick. It's working.
Okay, but
R2.
still.
It's working.
Fighters, there's more vulture droids than we anticipated.
He's doing a lot of damage
Let's
to
thin them
a
out.
giant ship. And he's just a kid. Like, how?
Take that. And this. We aren't gonna stop this thing from the outside. We gotta get in to do real damage.
What? Do you ever think, like, maybe we should, like, not be doing this?
Just like racing through Arch Canyon.
Lag.
I'm trying to stop. I'm trying to stop.
Those fighters that make it inside the battle station, target any and all power cores. I repeat, target any and all power cores.
All right, R2. We're looking for power cores. Oops, this is not good. Whoa! There are so many droids! Hey, you're right! We should shoot those power... Now this is pod racing.
Look, one of ours out of the main hold.
Is that where that quote comes from, or is that a joke?
The control ship has been destroyed! Look!
They are broken.
Congratulations on your election, Chancellor.
Together, we shall bring peace and prosperity to the Republic.
What will happen to me now?
The Council have granted me permission to train you.
Yippee!
There's no doubt the mysterious warrior was a Sith.
Always two there are. A master and an apprentice.
We did it! We fucking did it. Honestly, that one seems like the best one so far. That looks like a really good movie. Excuse me. I'm gonna call it there. We will do 2 and 3 next stream, aka tomorrow, and possibly another one. It's a Saturday, so we'll have a good time with that. So yeah, I'm gonna play more tomorrow, but I'm gonna call it a night right there. Shh. So yeah, I'm gonna end Streamy Weenie. And I would really like to just end. I'm not gonna raid anybody. I'm sorry. I don't think we got a raid today. So like, I'm just gonna end. Rip my wig off and get shit done. I gotta respond to some emails and I would like to make some dinner. So, I'm gonna end stream, but I'll see y'all tomorrow. I'm gonna be live tomorrow as well. Wait, actually, someone might be live that I might be able to. Hold on. No, they're not live. Never mind. Okay, say hi to Kylie for me. I'm just gonna end. I'm literally gonna raid and run. So, but yeah, I'll see y'all tomorrow. See you there. Come for more Star Wars, Lego Star Wars. I'm having a great time, and I will see you there. Bye, everybody.